So before I forget, I want to discuss the poster child for a gray. That is what everybody should call them, is grays. And I guess the best way to explain them so that people begin to understand them is by telling you their thought process and how they perceive the world. And that will begin to tell us about why we have so many problems in the world. And it's because of people like Anthony Civarelli.
Where what is?
Where the pin is over here?
No, I do not know where the pin is.
Was there ever a pin here? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, what they told me is this is state wetlands over here.
It can be whatever it is. It's still my property.
It's still your property. Okay, because I should have introduced myself when we moved in.
No, you should have, but that's fine. That's why in COVID life is COVID life. That's why I'm standing over here, you know, and it's been...
Excellent.
It's nice to meet you, though, finally.
Yeah, so...
You don't have a pin over here, you're saying? There's no sort of pin you've ever seen?
There was a flag. There's an orange flag that was there.
Yeah, where is that? Can you show me?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I didn't know who you were, and I met a few people over here that all said they were owners, so it's a surprise to see yet another person. Nice to meet you, too.
I work nighttime, and I'm up all the time.
All right, cool,
I
cool.
run a company, and I'm dad during the day, so you may hear...
Yeah, you have a great yard. You got all sorts of fun stuff for the kids.
We're trying to actually slowly, progressively build up stuff, you know, and I do have a plan for back there. That's why I figured I'd come over and say,
okay, let me just finish up telling you what I did here.
Sure, yeah.
So,
years ago, 100 years ago, my aunt used to own that house, and her sister. There used to be a house across the street. So we kind of have come back to living here.
So what do you? Yeah, it's just it's a huge mess with the drainage here.
The only thing we were thinking about maybe doing to my house is we were thinking about maybe digging out around it, and putting kind of like the same rock you have kind of there, and then we're gonna put a grate over it so it helped. You know what I mean? That was the only, but right now I don't have that much dough to throw at a contractor to be.
It looks like you got good drainage because it's high around the base of your house and goes out. So
you look at the base of my house like yours. Now there's that much in between where the rock goes to the concrete. That was right up to the windows when we moved in.
Wow.
That shows you how much shit comes down the hill. You
I
know,
it's just
it's just kind of the
whole street rinses out when it rains. You see the side of it falling down.
And the farm up the hill too. You got that house, then you got the farm. So it all comes down, man.
So how old are your kids, Josh?
3, 14, and 16.
It sounds like you have a whole army of elementary school kids. Sometimes they're so cute. When I listen to them, they're so cute when they're talking.
We're loud.
aggressive scene because, I mean, people are pissed off about a lot of stuff, and kids are, and many people don't think that, you know, teenagers are involved in things that are social and political, but they are. When you're on the dance floor, you respect each other's space. There is banging into each other.
storm turned for me with that one. Flame Still Burns, just because, and there's lines in straight edge bands like, that's empowering. And anything off any Judge song, New York Crew is that's like my life's blood, So those that kind of stuff. Free food, and there's fucking shows, I guess, but there was a summer, man, where the club had great shows. It still does shows, I guess, but there was a summer, man, where the Christians were across the street handing out free food, and there's fucking we'd play softball in the park.
I guess the best way to explain them so that people begin to understand them is by telling you their thought process and how they perceive the world. And that will begin to tell us about why we have so many problems in the world. And it's because of people like Anthony Civarelli. And Anthony Civarelli is never going to get better. Anthony Civarelli is never going to learn anything about how to be a man. So he's perpetually stuck in an infantile state, in a childlike state. That is where Anthony Civarelli is going to stay for the rest of his life. So it's snowing out today. I would say it's around 30 degrees, so it's kind of cold. And I woke up with a headache, a little nauseated stomach. And I know the one way to take care of that is to go for a run. So that is what I did. So I'm running up the hill, and I see somebody who looks a lot like the individual who I identified to be Anthony Civarelli. He runs out of the condo complex and he runs up the hill ahead of me. So if he's inspired to work out, because I am, even though it's cold out and you don't see many joggers out in the middle of winter, at least in New Hampshire, if I inspire some people to do that, that is good. But he made a point to run up the hill a distance away from me. But it looked like the same individual that is always walking past me when I go for my jogs, and I have identified him to be Anthony Civarelli. So he runs up the hill. He most likely goes into one of the houses at the top of the hill. And then I feel a lot of pressure on my chest and on my knees. And it appears that the agents of the MK Ultra program are holding their breath, and they're pressing things against their chest to make it very painful for me to run. It makes it very painful for me to breathe, especially as I'm trying to make it up a hill, on a frozen hill in the snow. So that is how much I inspire people like Anthony Civarelli, who's been moved into the neighborhood. He is such a good agent, according to the U.S. military and the British military, that they want to move him into my neighborhood. That is how much this individual wants to stop me from just working out, just trying to keep in shape and keep a positive mindset by involving physical exercise into my life. That alone is will make these people angry. That alone drives them to try to stop me going for a run on my block. Or I just joined the Y, and I was trying to swim laps, and I did pretty good. I haven't been in the pool for something like 20 or 25 years. Maybe even more than that. And I was doing laps, but when I went to freestyle, my left knee was kind of giving me a lot of problems. So I couldn't kick very well. And then they started pressing on their chest again. So there was a pain in my chest and there was a pain in my left knee. So it made swimming freestyle pretty awkward. So that is what they do if I try to swim laps at the Y. So when I got home from the Y, that was 2 nights ago, I turned on the TV, and they have a channel that's devoted to, I guess, outside sports. There was surfing, there was skiing, there was skateboarding, and there was snowboarding. and the person connected to me, I'm looking at this for maybe about a minute or two, and I love watching them do these sports. I was never much of a surfer or a snowboarder, and I tried to skateboard when I was younger, but I never learned too many tricks. I basically got okay with skating on the sidewalk in California when I was real young. But after I got back to Connecticut, the streets over in Connecticut are not the same as the sidewalks in California, so I didn't keep up with it. But I always loved skateboarding. I love watching those people skate. Whether it's street or ramp, it's just an art form to me. It is just something that I'm really impressed with. I really admire skaters. So it was kind of unusual to put that on 2 nights ago, and I got, after a minute or two, overwhelmed by an agent of the MK Ultra program. Just had a fit of jealousy with watching the skaters. And when the skaters went off, it was, I think, snowboarders. And once again, jealousy and envy and hatred for the snowboarders. And so then I turned it, the channel, and it was a surfing video. They had music and had surfboarders, and they were surfing. I guess it's called rip curl. I'm not sure of the name, but when the wave starts to curl over, they go inside the wave. They catch the tube or something, and it's real impressive because these waves were giant. I've never seen such waves in my life. It dwarfed the surfer. The surfer looked like a little individual on this giant wave, so it was very impressive. And once again, this overwhelming feeling through the MK Ultra program of jealousy and anger and envy. And this is not me. This is the foreign influence of people like Trevor O'Reilly. This was the individual that was really jealous and hateful that I was going swimming at the Y. I joined the Y and started to swim laps for the first time in 25 years, and I was doing okay. And that enraged them and made them jealous, so they went out of their way to try to press on their chests and mess with their knee, so that I couldn't swim too well. I could just do 50 yards back and forth across the pool, then I would have to take, like, I don't know, 30 seconds or a minute break, and then I would do that again. And so this is the attitude of these people. No matter what, they are going to have hatred and jealousy for people. So people like Anthony Civarelli are anti-human. They do not like humanity. They do not like people doing anything. They do not like people achieving anything. For some reason, it drives them into fits of jealousy and rage to see people doing anything. So this is a program, I believe, by the aliens. It is what the aliens induce in people to create a destructive group of people that bring everybody else down. So it's not going to be too much of a strain on human beings being surrounded by these people until they get these people to connect, to you through the MK Ultra program. And then it becomes a way that they could bring the whole race down. And once again, this is an alien plot. This is an alien agenda. This is what the aliens, this is what the Greys induce. This is what they support with their elitists, with these members of secret societies. This is their attitude. This is the prevailing attitude, that they know that these people will attack everybody else, especially those who are looking to achieve something, who are looking to do something. These people are programmed to be driven into. These people are programmed to be driven into states of envy, jealousy, and rage. Just seeing people attempt to do anything, attempt to achieve anything. So I do not know exactly what causes this mentality to develop in people. But the interesting thing about it is that these people are always the first in line to go see a skateboarding competition. They'll be the first in line to go see a snowboarding competition or a surf competition. People like me are pretty busy doing my own things. And so if I catch a show on TV or on the internet, I'll look at it kind of interested for a little bit. And then that's all the time I have for it. But I'm not the type of person to want to go see a show. But the mentality of these people is that they're the first in line to go see all of this. And they go there kind of like little kids in an infantile state. They have to be first in line as a spectator. And once they get there, I think they hope that the people mess up or they're not that good. And when the people start doing well, they'll be the first people in the stands to start, yelling. To start yelling negative remarks. Oh, that's the best you could do. We already saw that. You're doing the same thing over and over again. You suck, etc., etc. If anybody who's ever been a part of something, been in a competition, and had an unruly members of the crowd, that is a mark of these people. That is what they are. They're like little kids. They have nothing going on in their lives, and the only thing they want to do is go check out other people. And when they go see other people doing something, they get negative real quick. They get real negative real quick. So I don't know, I don't really go to too many shows or baseball games or spectator sports. Like I said, I'm pretty busy with my own life. But those who have and see the drunk idiots there that are yelling stuff at the baseball players or whoever is part of the sports, part of the activity there. Maybe they could attest for these fans, these crazy fans. That is a mark of these individuals. That is a mark of these grays. That is their attitude. There's something on the internet called Fail Army. And instead of watching a bunch of skateboarders land a bunch of hard tricks, it's like one shot after the next of them not landing a skateboard trick, falling off their skateboard, sometimes injuring themselves. And they kind of mix it with people kind of being idiots. But that's the attitude of these people as well. They like to see people fail or get hurt. That is a mark of these grays. So when you hear about snuff films or videos that are on like websites like Live Leak, there was a website called Live Leak that would show, I don't know, an acrobat, falling and hurting themselves, or somebody trying to jump off a building into a pool and missing the pool and then hitting the deck instead. This is the sort of thing that appeals to these grays. They want to see the human beings fail. That is what they look forward to. That is what they live to see. People failing. People attempting to do something and then failing. That really appeals to them. So that is why I refer to these people as broken. There is something about them that is broken. So I do not know exactly what happened, but my guess is that they were sexually molested since they were young. And the older pedophiles that have raised them have conditioned them to behave like this. And they have a hatred, an ingrained hatred for anybody normal, anybody who's trying to achieve anything independently or on their own. They're outside of this group of, usually they're part of the Freemasons, they're part of secret societies, and they're part of the military. They seem to do very well in the military because the military does not endorse individuality. They want everyone to look the same and act the same and just follow orders. So they tend to do very well in that setting. And then they are then unleashed upon anyone doing anything on their own. And so they were unleashed upon me because I was a writer. I wrote a book called Leech Mob. And it's about Leech Mob is about gangs of kids, a group of kids in high school. And there's 2 or 3 gangs in this book. And it kind of describes about these kids living life, having a good time, and interacting with each other. It isn't overly negative, but it is a little bit about youth gangs. And I tried to write it in a way that it would be, for the most part, amusing. It would be, for the most part, a comedy. And people would have a good time reading it. And my hope was to get people into reading. A lot of kids are not into reading. And so this group of people were unleashed upon me. The MK Ultra program, these agents like Anthony Civarelli were unleashed upon me because I wrote a book like that. And I guess what they wanted to do was they wanted to execute me. They wanted to kill me and then take over that book. Because their people, being very negative, they have a hard time writing stuff like that. Because if you read that book, you'll see that the person writing it really likes people. I really like the human race. So these anti-humanists, these grays, have a hard time writing something like that. So what they do is they spend their life spying on people like me and emulating people like me so that they could appear more normal. And if they were to kill me, they would take that book, give it to somebody like Anthony Civarelli, and he would say that he wrote that. And then everybody could look up to one of these grays, one of these anti-human grays. So I would like to show you a few photographs of Anthony Civarelli. This guy should be the poster child of grays. This is a gray. He's mentally like, I don't know, 7, 8 years old. And he's like attracted to people like myself. He's attracted that I like to lift weights, I like to work out, I like to be strong. He's attracted to some of the things that I say, some of the things I do. But real quick, it becomes a, how do I say it? It becomes a desire to destroy me or to take over what I've accomplished and become me. So there is an attraction by these people who are often homosexual, but it's quickly replaced by a hatred or jealousy. These people are not balanced. That is how they are. So when I was younger, I would look up to some of the guys at my school, or who we would hang out with. They were often older guys. They would be the tougher guys. And when I would hang out with them, I would get to know them. And it would be, I don't know, instead of just being a tough guy that I heard about, he would end up being my friend. And I would know a little bit about that person. And once we were done hanging out, I just knew him as a human being. And that was good enough for me. He was no longer, I don't know, a idol. He was no longer the world's biggest tough guy. Nor did I have to watch him fall from grace or say, oh, he's just a man. You know, I had once thought of him as the world's toughest guy. I idolized him, and now I just see he's just a man. That is the attitude of these people. They want to go after people that they idolize or they think are strong people, and then they have this ingrained desire to bring them down. And so that is what they do. They poison them. They use the MK Ultra program to try to injure them when they're in their sports competitions, when they're lifting an enormous amount of weight, when they're in their surf competitions, snowboarding competitions, in a football game. That is what these gays like to do. They like to idolize people and then destroy them and say, oh, it's just a man, it's not a god. I prefer to do neither. I do not want to idolize people. I don't want to elevate them to godhood, nor do I want to crush them. I'm content creating a race of hues, a race of human beings, a race of strong people, because I am a pro-human. These people are anti-human. And that's the only thing they want to do is bring down humanity. That is what they strive to do. They are grays. They are not exactly men, in my opinion. Something is very wrong with them, and they should be referred to as grays. That is the best description I have for them. They are stuck in a very young mental state. Most of them are mentally adolescents, if not like 7 or 8-year-old boys or women. And they have these fatal attractions to people that are strong. And when they hang out with these people, they only strive to bring them down. That is what they strive to do. So that is Trevor O'Reilly, also known as Anthony Civarelli. If you look at him, you can kind of see it. He's like 40 or 50 years old. And he looks like he could be going on 7 or 8 years old. He looks like he's a little child. So that is what they are. That is what grays are. They're grown men who are mentally like little children. This will never occur to them what they're doing. They just know that they're doing this. They just know that they have hatred or jealousy with whatever they're looking at. If anyone is excelling at anything, they just have this impulse to feel jealousy or hatred about it. And if you were to ask them why that is, I think some of them will reply, because I can't do that. I get jealous or envious because I can't do that. But that does not make a whole lot of sense to me, because I'm looking at all this surfing competition, snowboarding competition, skateboard competition. I can't do any of that either, and I don't hate them. I don't feel jealousy of them. So that excuse from them, once again, is like an excuse from a little child. It doesn't make any sense. When I turn on the TV and I see somebody, it was a female, and she was on skis, but she was doing like these tricks that you would think a snowboarder would do. She was doing like rail slides, and she was doing like 360s off the jump with her skis. And I'm thinking, oh, how that's real cool. And that's the last time I'm going to ever see that woman. When I turn off the TV, I'm not going to ever see her again. I'm probably never even going to hear about her again. And once she gets done shining like that, once she gets done performing real well like that, she's going to go back to a house like I am. And maybe her life might be a little boring. And that's the one thing that she does that is good. So I really admire her for doing that and being able to achieve that. I admire people like that. These people don't. They're stuck in a little infantile state. They can't do a 360 off a jump on skis. So therefore they feel envious or anger or hatred for her. It's that of a little child. A little kid will think that way. So these people are beyond mixed up. And what makes it, so these people are beyond mixed up. And what makes it even worse is that quite often these people are in politics. They are our celebrities. They are from the wealthiest families on the planet. They are part of the governing structure. They are part of the military media establishment, and this is their attitude. So they are hell-bent on taking down the human race. Any strong person excelling at whatever they do well, these people are programmed to go bring those people down. This is part of the alien agenda. And these people are grays. What's the last thing I wanted to discuss? I think inherently they're very lazy people. I don't think they really try hard. I don't think they really attempt to do anything. They don't try to develop any skills at all. If somebody is, I don't know, if they want to develop themselves, they will develop interests in the world. And I don't care if you're not good at snowboarding, you're not good at skiing, you're not good at baseball. You might be real good at something else. Whatever your interest is, you might be real good at research. Researching history, analyzing history, and writing intelligence reports. You might be a great analyst. And that is your niche in the world. That is what you excel at. You might be good at music. You might get GarageBand on your computer and write your own songs. And that is your part in the world. That is your interest in the world. That is something that you do well. These people will not go and try to find something that they could be good at and then work at it. When I first started out, I was the worst at drawing. I would draw little stick figures. And when I was doing my documentary videos, I found that I could not always rely on stock footage, stuff that you would find on the internet. Quite often it's copyrighted material, and two, there was nothing there that could really present what I was discussing accurately. So I needed to come up with my own drawings to really do that justice. So I worked for 2-3 years at it, and I got better and better at illustrations and drawings. So that is another big part of this. You're going to have to work at it. You're going to have to devote sometimes years before you start to improve at whatever you endeavor to do. These grays will not do that. They are natural born spectators. They are natural born, ineffective, and lazy people. They like television. They watch a lot of television. Many of them take a lot of drugs. They like to spend their time taking drugs and watching TV. They do not accomplish anything, and they're often bored. And so they want to go out into the world, and the world should amuse them. The world should amuse them. And if they go out and see somebody, and if they go out and they see somebody who does something well, for some reason, they get jealous. They get angry. They don't like it. So these people are beyond crazy. These people are beyond psychotic. So this is the mindset. This is a psychological disorder that these people have. So for now, I'm going to refer to them as grays. They are the human side. They are the human side of grays. They're developing into these alien grays. They're under the guidance and the control of these alien grays. And they're essentially grays in training. But I'm just going to refer to them as grays. And the poster child, one of their most valuable players, is Anthony Civarelli. Nobody illustrates this mentality more than Anthony Civarelli. So I just remembered what I was going to say at the end there. So Anthony Civarelli is the lead singer to a band. It's a hardcore band called the Gorilla Biscuits, or Gorilla Biscuits. And they're supposed to be a positive anti-drug, anti-alcohol, something like a punk rock band. They're called hardcore. And he is part of the Revelation Records lineup. So I have a very important documentary entitled Hardcore Exposed. Entitled Hardcore Exposed. And it discusses that English record companies like Virgin Records is in control of signing all of the underground, the quote-unquote underground hardcore and punk bands in the United States. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a bit. So, England and giant corporations like Virgin Records are responsible for signing all of the underground hardcore bands, all of the underground punk bands in the United States. And England, the English military, prefers to sign people like Trevor O'Reilly, prefers to sign people like Anthony Civarelli. So I want to quote one of the Gorilla Biscuits' more popular songs, and it's called Start Today. And Anthony Civarelli says, "Next time I'll try. For the first time in my life, for the first time in my life, won't pass me by. Procrastinate, it can wait, I'll put it off. Start. Let's start today." So Anthony Civarelli is telling you, in his own words, next time he'll try. For the first time in his life, he's actually going to try. So that tells you about the mentality of these people who are supported by the English and U.S. military establishment. This is the type of people that they're going to say are the underground musicians. These are the type of people that they're going to want your kids to listen to. If your kids like underground music, they like punk rock or hardcore music, they're going to get people like Trevor O'Reilly. They're going to get people like Anthony Civarelli and his band as some of the only bands that your kids are going to be able to listen to. So it's unfortunate that they will control the entire music industry, which will reach down even into the what is called independent or small garage bands. These people will masquerade as a group of young people that practiced together and were able to land a record contract through Revelation Records. They're the next best thing to a garage band. They're an independent band. They're just regular kids, which they're not. They're people that are part of secret societies and the English government. And the English government has programs that could be grouped under the MK Ultra program. That is some of the most important stuff that they do in the English military and the United States military, is programs like MK Ultra. And there's going to be, I guess, dozens of different names underneath that, like the Monarch program, like the Phoenix program. There's a number of different programs, but they should all be grouped under MK Ultra. So this is what the establishment has for you. They have Anthony Civarelli, also known as Trevor O'Reilly, and his message to the youth. Next time he will try, for the first time in his life,
Hey, is there a McDonald's around here, sir? Yeah. Sir.
Take a right out of here?
Yeah. Yeah.
And head right towards Key and you'll see it. It's on Key Road.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, great. Okay, I'm here with Adam Rush, local poet, and I have a few questions for him. So, Tyler, when did you first start writing poetry? What age were you?
It was the 4th grade, so I must have been, I would imagine, around 10 or 11 years old.
Did your poem rhyme?
Not really. It did have some kind of form of an alliteration in it. I didn't know what that was at the time, of course.
And then you started going to CDs after that, right?
Well, yeah, most recently I've been experimenting with music.
So when's your next book of poems coming out? And do you have a title with the poem selected in it?
I have the poems that have been selected. The title is still up in the air. I'm calling it Transit right now. That's the working title right now. It's probably about, I'd say, a little less than 100 poems. And it ranges from basically 1991, 92 to about 2012. So it's most of about 20 years worth of poetry after that.
Well, great. Would that be like advertised on your Facebook page or your YouTube page or something like that? Where can we look for that?
Well, we can definitely look at my Facebook page, Adam Rush, ATOM Rush. You can also check me out on Amazon. That's where you can get my CD. Or you can also listen to it on streaming, Spotify, iTunes, all those devices. SoundCloud, I even have a SoundCloud site, a YouTube site as well, where I do some videos with you, of course.
Great. And so what were your major influences with poetry? Who influenced you as far as poets go? What are your favorite poets?
I would say Walt Whitman is probably on the top of that list. Allen Ginsberg, Charles Bukowski. I like Jack Kerouac's poetry. And a lot of obscure beat poets that I've never heard of, like Lou Welch, maybe, and Jack Michelin.
How about living poets? Like what?
Living poets.
Who's writing some good stuff these days, besides you, bro?
That's a good question. I would say that modern poetry.
That's a tough one, right?
Has a lot. Has a lot to work on. I mean, I think, when we think of poetry now in today's society, it kind of threads through a lot of musical. Like Tom Waits is a poet. Lou Reed is a poet. Now, their music and their influences, Bob Dylan was a poet. So it's still out there. It's just, it's probably waiting for another revival. And that's the way poetry always is. Most of the revivals happen at the end of centuries, the 60s, 70s area. Like with the most recent Beat Generation in the 50s or 60s. And then, Whitman was doing his stuff way before that too, in the previous century. And you can go back, pretty much go all the way back, all the way through the Romantics.
So I want to thank you for your time today. And we'll be making another video soon.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this while this is still fresh in my mind. There are 2 trees that have completely died on the corner of my property. They're on the corner of my property and the next door neighbor who is at the adjacent street. So his name is Josh. I don't know his last name. And he one time walked into the yard, and I have that on video, where he was stating that he was the owner of the property next door and all of the woods behind my house. And he did not like the idea that I kind of extended the boundary. And I built a little fort on some rocks over here for my kid. I had a pile of gravel, and I was using a mulch pile to dump some dirt onto. And that mulch pile was there ahead of time. It looked like the person who occupied this house before me had established that as a mulch pile. And after a little discussion, the guy Josh said that was fine. I then got a call from a Thomas LaCroix. And Thomas LaCroix said that he owned the house next door, and that he had heard from his tenant, who was Josh, that I was putting material on their side of the property line, and he wanted that stuff removed. So that is what I did. I took down the fort, I removed the gravel, and everything that was on their side of the property line I took and I put back on my side. And I did not hear anything more from Thomas LaCroix. So there are a series of dead trees all around my house, but they are on the neighbor's side of the property line. So it was recommended to me, in order to get results, to go ahead and document that you had spoken to the people, the neighbors, that there were dead trees. They appear like if they were to fall, they may hit my house. So to document that and give a copy to not only them, but the insurance company, so that there's going to be no confusion if one of their trees that they fail to cut down hits my house. Let me get the date. Today is Saturday, May 18th, and it was about 1:30 p.m. and I drove by and I saw Josh cutting his lawn. And I kind of rolled up my window and said, "Have you noticed that you have 2 dead trees on the edge of both of our properties here?" And he said he did notice that, and that they were on camera. So I didn't really know what that meant. And he said, "I'm more concerned with this little tree out front, and I was trying to get them to remove it when they were doing work on the water line." And I said, "You mean the town of Marlboro?" And he said, "Yes." So I don't know if the town of Marlboro usually removes trees for people on their property. I don't think they do that. I think the people that own the house are responsible for removing the trees on their property. So I said, the town of Marlboro? And he said, "Yeah. Whoever was doing work on the water line, I tried to get them to do it, but I don't think they're going to do it." And I said, "Well, hopefully those 2 large trees in the back of your house that have died, hopefully they're not going to fall over and hit your house and damage your house." And he said something like, "As far as I know, they're not a concern to me, so just leave them be." And I said, "So you're not going to make an effort to remove those trees so that they don't fall down on your house or my house?" And he said, "No, just leave them be." And I said, "Well, I'm going to put this in writing, and I'm going to give you a copy of the letter, and I'm going to also notify the insurance company that you're aware of those dead trees and you don't plan on taking them down. So if there's ever an issue with the trees falling down and hitting my house, we have it on record here. We have it documented that I tried to make an effort to have the property owner next door remove it." And he said, "I've been living here for 78 years, and I've never had a problem with trees falling on houses or something." And he walked away from me, and he had a little bit of an attitude problem, and he was glaring at me a little bit. So I then drove back here, and I took the groceries out of the car, and it occurred to me that when I write a letter, I don't even know who to address it to over there. I don't know the address, and I only know his first name is Josh. So I went back over there with my notebook and I said, could I ask you a question, Josh? And he said, what? I said, do you know who Thomas LaCroix is? And he says, I might know who he is. Why do you ask? And I said, well, I received a phone call from Thomas LaCroix, and he said that he owned this house that you're living in. And he's the one who wanted me to remove the stuff that was on your side of the property line, like my kid's fort, a pile of bricks, and a pile of gravel. And he said, well, if Thomas LaCroix called up and said that he is the property owner, then you go ahead and you write the letter to him. And I said, so Thomas LaCroix owns this house? And he said, anybody could own this house that I'm in. Anybody could own it. So if Thomas LaCroix said he owned it, you go ahead and you write it to him. So at this point, this guy is acting a little bit bizarre. He's acting, these answers are borderline insane. And I said, well, could you tell me the address here for when I write a letter, I'll know the address. And he said, it's on the mailbox. It's on the mailbox. I said, okay, so I could walk over to your mailbox and take a look at your mailbox and see what number it is. And he said, you don't know it, you drive past it every day, and you don't know what number is on my mailbox. And I said, no. I don't take notice to what number is on your mailbox. I don't have your house on surveillance or on camera. So I don't really take notice of everybody's number on everybody's mailbox in the neighborhood. It just doesn't occur to me to do that. And so I started to walk over to the mailbox, and he said, it's 25 Roxbury Road. And then a woman came to the door and said, what's the issue here? And I said, well, maybe Josh could explain this to you. But I received a phone call from Thomas LaCroix saying that he owned the house, and Josh is saying that he owns the house. So I was I didn't know who to address the letter to, as the property owner if two different people are saying they own the house. And at that point, I think the lady said, oh, and turned around and walked back inside the house. And for some reason, Josh, he did something kind of unusual, which is he put both of his hands behind his back, and one hand gripped the other wrist. And then he kind of bent over like a hunchback, and he started walking around the yard like his hands were tied behind his back, and he was bent over like a hunchback. And he was kind of wandering around the yard, and it looked like, I don't know, he may have been having some sort of autistic episode. I don't know if it was like him attempting to communicate with me by doing this weird gesture, but it looked like he was saying that his hands were tied and he was kind of bent over like a hunchback. And so he was acting very bizarre. He was acting in a very bizarre manner. So I thought that I'm not going to provoke this individual who may be having some sort of paranoid or schizophrenic episode. So at that point I walked back to my house and I made this recording. So I have video recording of my conversation with Thomas LaCroix, and I have the video recording of my first conversation with Josh when he walked into my yard that day, or he walked onto the property line that day. The one last thing that I want to add about this Josh, I don't even know his last name. He would not even tell me his last name. So when you live next door to these agents, when you move into an area and there's nothing but these agents in your neighborhood, and these agents have been ordered to be difficult, they decide to be difficult. It's like living around a pack of children. It's like living around a pack of deranged children. These people are mentally 7 and 8 years old. So Josh would not tell me his last name. He did not even know his address. I asked him what his address was so that I could mail him a letter, and he said the number was on the mailbox. He didn't know the number offhand. And when I asked him who owned the house that he lived in, he said anybody could own this house. Anybody in the world could own this house. So these are the sort of answers you would get from a little deranged kid. So to explain what type of feeling that you get when you go to your next door neighbor's house and encounter an individual such as this, it's almost as if the world has failed. Society has failed when these people become your neighbors. You cannot even rely on them to give you a straight answer about basic questions that you may have. So I moved in here in 2015. So I've been here for 9 years. So supposedly, these are the same people who have lived here for at least 9 years too. So after 10 years of living next door to somebody and to encounter this individual with this sort of attitude and these sort of replies, it's like something worse than going into the Twilight Zone. It's like something worse than something that you'll dream about in a nightmare. And the reason that they insist on surrounding their target at all times, especially in their neighborhood, is so that they could use this MK Ultra radio frequency technology to connect themselves to you and prevent you from living. They are using MK Ultra radio frequency technology to prevent me from speaking right now. That is what they have planned for the American people. If they don't want you to talk, they are going to use technology to physically clamp down on your vocal cords, on your voice box, on your throat, on your chin, on your jaw, and physically prevent you from speaking. All day long, they are going to torture you while you are in your home. Some of you who have been targeted by the MK Ultra program have to understand this. Every time that you experience pain, you wake up with pain, it is because of these agents who are using this technology to physically assault you. If you have back pain, they are most likely doing something to their back to get you to feel that pain. If you have a headache, most likely 5 or 10 of these agents are taking turns pressing down on their face, pressing down on their heads, attempting to give you a headache. And while this is happening, they are directing the radio frequency energy at you, at your house. And these radio frequency energy waves carry plasma energy. And that is going to build up into implants. So they are doing everything that they can to get these implants to form in you. So while you are connected to these agents, you can sense them. So it's been an ongoing assault by these people since 2012. Since the end of 2012. And it's now 2024. So it's been 12 years since I've been enduring this. So I've gotten real good at sensing these people who are connected to me. And you can sense them through your senses. And everybody should know what your senses are. And a big sense is your sense of smell. So as soon as I walked over there to inform Josh, my neighbor, about his trees which have died that pose a threat to either one of our houses, as soon as I was finished discussing that with him, I walked back over here and they turned on the energy, or they turned it up. You could hear like a high-pitched sound quite often, or you could feel a vibration. And a moment after that, I am connected to this little erratic, insane person next door known as Josh Unknown, known as Brian Fuda, known as Rich Nigro, known as 100 different celebrities. And the first thing that I sense is the way this individual smells. And he smells like feces. He smelled like feces. So he says he's married with a bunch of kids. I think a majority of these agents are homosexual. So Josh Unknown, he says he's married with kids. I think most of the agents will say that. But when they say that, they are often lying. I think all of them are programmed to be homosexual. They start off as bisexual, and by the time they are middle-aged, they are homosexual. Maybe some of you have heard the phrase a fertility cult. So all that means is that these groups that are involved in MK Ultra and covering up for the aliens, they all practice group sex when they are younger. They are all sexually abused by the older members of their group. There is group sex orgies. There are group sex rituals in their MK Ultra program. So these young agents have sex with everybody. They are used as prostitutes. So what that does is it creates a very disturbed young person. And when they get older, they are very hateful and they are very spiteful, especially about regular kids. So they are perfect to attack those kids. As a teenager, you start dating one of these 20-year-old agents. She's been having sex since she was 5 years old. She's been getting molested by people in her family, by her father, by her uncle. She has maybe even produced children, and yet she is a junior in your high school. She sits beside you in your science class, and you finally work up the nerve to ask her out. And when you take her out, it might be a special thing to you. And at the end of the night, you might work up the nerve to ask her for a kiss. This is all very special for regular kids. But for these agents, that boy who asked them out is number 1,000 that year. So that is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with these agents. So I'm trying to explain to you what I have learned about these bisexual or homosexual agents and how a great deal of homosexuals get that way. They become bisexuals and then homosexuals through the MK Ultra program. So the last thing I want to say about this person, identified as Josh, my next door neighbor, who is also known by a number of celebrity names. This person is believed to be Jamie Pace. So Jim Pace is discussed at length in the very important documentary series entitled FBI, linked to snuff films. So it may have been around the year 2016, and I had gone with my mother and brother to visit Jim Pace at his condominium in Danbury, Connecticut. And Jim Pace had 2 photographs on a mantle in his living room. The first of his son, named Chris Pace, and the second photograph of his other son, named Jamie Pace. The first, named Chris Pace, has been identified to be Jeff Burks, who is also known by a wide range of celebrity names. And he is discussed in the documentary Rob Zombie Exposed. Jim Pace's other son is believed to be Josh, also known as Brian Fuda, also known as Rich Nigro #1, also known as Ralph Macchio, also known as Jason Biggs, also known as Sam Rockwell #2, also known as Anthony Civarelli #1, also known as Zach De La Roca. So Jim Pace has been identified to actually be two different men. One is Robert De Niro, number one, the actor Robert De Niro. And he too acts under many different celebrity names. The other one is Malcolm McDowell, the actor Malcolm McDowell, also known as Michael Keaton, the actor Michael Keaton. Malcolm McDowell is also known as the serial killer Ted Bundy. He is also known as King Charles, the current King Charles, number two. Again, there are several different people who act as King Charles. However, they are all believed to be related. They all come from the same bloodlines from Europe. They all come from the same noble bloodlines of Europe. So I do not have a copy of the photograph that I saw of Jamie Pace. I remember that his hairstyle was something like a mullet. It was shorter on top and longer in the back, so it looked like something out of the late 80s or early 90s. And Jamie Pace looked exactly the same as Josh. So Jim Pace said that Jamie Pace was gay. He said that his son, Jamie Pace, was gay. And because of this, he did not get along too well with his son. And he barely saw his son because of this. So what is interesting is that I remembered Jim Pace discussing his two sons. He said that Chris Pace, who he got along pretty well with, was a steel worker, was a construction worker who lived in New York City. And he got along well with Chris Pace, but he did not get along good with Jamie Pace, who was a homosexual. So recently, my mother was discussing Jim Pace's two sons, and Jim Pace has now switched up their names. He says Jamie Pace is the construction worker that he gets along well with, and Chris Pace is the homosexual that he doesn't get along too well with, but is trying to rekindle that relationship a little bit. So he switched them. So the truth is that Chris Pace and Jamie Pace are any number of people. They have any number of agents that will act as Chris Pace or Jamie Pace. But I believe the person in that photograph of Jamie Pace is my next door neighbor named Josh, identified to be Brian Fuda, identified to be Rich Nigro number one. This is Jamie Pace. But the truth is that if you are introduced to Jamie Pace 5 different times, you often would have met 5 different agents. That is their practice. That is what they insist on doing. That is what they enjoy to do. That is what these homosexual agents love doing, is putting on disguises and every day becoming somebody new and playing all of these different roles through the MK Ultra program and also in the media. But I believe that Jeff Burks, also known as Anderson Cooper, also known as Rob Zombie, he is related. He is either the brother or the cousin of this person who calls himself Josh. They have both been identified to be sons of Jim Pace. And so Jeff Burks and Josh, also known as Brian Fuda, also known as Rich Nigro number one, are believed to be related to not only the Vanderbilt family, but to the royal family of England. So when these agents are molested starting at a very young age, part of their psyche gets frozen at that young age. So they are very immature people. I think a lot of people are almost afraid to psychoanalyze homosexuality. At some point, it was called sexual identity disorder. And some of the people realized that pedophilia, child abduction, And child rape was, for the most part, done by homosexual predators. That is who was abducting the young boys and then raping them, were homosexual predators. A great deal of the serial killers were also homosexual. So at this point, I think society is a little nervous about discussing or psychoanalyzing homosexuality. But when kids are molested at a young age, part of their psyche gets frozen at that young age, especially in the cases of the ongoing or continued abuse. They are not allowed to develop because the people who are molesting them are attracted to young people. So if that's what your mate is attracted to, I guess that's what they tend to become or tend to stay, mentally very young. So they act immature. So Josh, the next door neighbor, he's identified to be Brian Fuda. Brian Fuda has been identified to be the professional actor Ralph Macchio, who was in a movie called The Karate Kid that was released in 1984. So if you look at that movie, Ralph Macchio looks about 17 years old. So I'm going to guess that Brian Fuda, also known as Ralph Macchio #1, was born in the year 1967. Even so, he was going to school in Danbury, Connecticut in the early 1990s as Brian Fuda. He was going to school at Brookfield High School in the years 1991 and 1992 as this individual identified to be Brian Barr. So he is something like 23, 24, or 25, and he's enrolled in high school. And if that is not bad enough, after graduating as Brian Fuda, he re-enrolls at Danbury High School under the name of Rich Nigro. So he was in high school in Danbury, Connecticut in the late 90s when he was 30 years old. So you're sending your kids to go to school with 30-year-old professional actors. And they do this for pedophilia reasons. They do this for MK Ultra mind control reasons. They do this to approach your teenage kids. They do this to date your teenage kids. They do this to destabilize your teenage kid's life. This is pedophilia. This is government or military-sponsored pedophilia. So the actor, Ralph Macchio, is going to be enrolled in your local high school when he is 30 years old, and he's going to attempt to date your daughter. He's going to attempt to hang out with your son. And at any opportunity, this is the type of person that is going to try to get your kid abducted or killed. The only person that Rich Nigro cares about is Rich Nigro. Nothing matters to Rich Nigro other than what benefits Rich Nigro. He doesn't care about anything else. If you talk to him, he's mentally like 7 or 8 years old. When he's 30 years old, nothing is more appealing than being a freshman in high school again and hanging out with little 15 or 16-year-old kids. That makes him feel real good. That makes him feel real strong. That makes him the captain of the football team. That makes him the leader of the gang. That makes him the high school bully. All the other kids are afraid of him. All the other kids have to do what he says. So this is the origin of peer pressure. This is how your teenage kid gets hooked on drugs. If you ever wonder where such young kids get a hold of heroin or cocaine and develop drug problems, it's through these agents who are 30 years old. And in our high schools, they come from pedophilia-based communities. They come from MK Ultra controlled pedophilia-based communities. So they are attracted to children. So I'm now going to refer you to a documentary entitled Murder Lake, where you will learn that Rich Nigro was in the news for being arrested for beating up a 25-year-old kid who was nice enough to bring Rich Nigro and two other people known as Neil Yandow and Neil Yandow's sister, who was supposedly Rich Nigro's wife. This 25-year-old kid was nice enough to bring those three agents out on a boat ride one night, and they went to an island in the middle of Candlewood Lake. It's a very large lake in Connecticut. And Rich Nigro and Neil Yandow attacked the 25-year-old man. So it's amazing. It's a miracle that that kid was able to make it back alive, because he wasn't hanging out with just regular kids. This 25-year-old kid was hanging out with MK Ultra agent Rich Nigro, also known as a wide range of celebrities. And the only reason these celebrities are hanging out with 25-year-old local kids is for criminal reasons. So I'm going to now refer you to the very important documentary entitled Murder Lake.
Where did it start? How did this moment come about?